Okay, we are now live. Hello everyone, I'm Eventide Shine and welcome back to Final Fantasy XIV Online Endwalker Story. I would have been live so much earlier. I got trapped in a world visit, and it was not fun. I was trying to help a friend out, and then the queue back to go to my homeworld was way too long. And I have no idea why that was. But anyway, I'm back in my home server. Thank you, Los, for the host. I'm just setting up stream and then we'll start playing. Another note though, unfortunately I can't be on webcam tonight. So you'll just be hearing my voice, like usual. Yeah, it's okay now. Tofu, welcome to the stream. How's it going? Okay, let's bring up the feed now. Bloop. And, we got Los chilling next to us right here. I just want to mess with something. I'm trying to make the chat box a little bigger so it's more legible on stream. That'll have to do for now. Yeah, it's currently it's 8:30 in the evening where I am, and I wanted to stream about 5 hours ago. And the queue times killed me. But yes, I'm here now. So I'll have Anna wave to our viewers. Yeah, I'm on United States Pacific time. Okay, so we can see Los's arm. There he is. Okay, so open at him. And we are going to continue story. So we need to go to... We need to go back to Razathan. Alright, so... where was the story quest again? Oh, down there. Okay. Actually, before that, I want to get started on my my role quests. So we are going to use the Aetheryte. We are going to go to the Hall of the Radiant Host. And when characters reach level 85 in Endwalker, these job quests unlock for your specific class type. So like tank, healer, close range DPS, long range DPS, and magic DPS. So I think I talked to the Alamegan delegate for the healer quests. If you're ready to lend us your aid, I'll appraise you of the situation. We've received reports of a creature believed to be a blasphemy stalking the streets of Alamigo. Troops have been assigned to track and slay the beast, but they are likely to be casualties. With most of our healers posted elsewhere, we had thought to petition you for aid. I would be glad to help. Once again, we're in your debt. We shall inform Commander Aldin forthwith. My comrades in the Immortal Flames will be glad to have you watching over them. You see, as there have been no sightings of any blasphemies in our lands, we have joined our Alamegan allies in their hunt for the fiend. Trouble is, the majority of our own healers are working day and night to treat the tempered Imperials captured in Paglathon. For that reason, we too will be glad of your help. Aye, your presence alone will be great comfort to the troops, I'm sure. As time is of the essence, I ask you to make your way to the Alamegan quarter and report for duty. Commander Aldin is overseeing the hunt, and he will explain upon your arrival. May Rolgar grant you strength. You didn't do your role quest, Los. It's probably a good idea to, because they do give EXP. I know the chat is kind of off-kilter to my overlay, but is it more legible that I made it bigger, at least? That's kind of the goal I want right now, because at its previous size, it was very small in text. But, if it's legible on Steam, then it means I did my job. So we're going to Alamigo, right? So that's here. Is fine? Okay. I'll probably ask for an updated overlay where the chat box is gone, and then I can just kind of fit it in that space. You can read it on your iPhone? Or your phone, rather? Cool. Alright, we need to go to... over there. Let's talk to the Blasphemy Hunter. Ah, Mr. Seventide. We were told you were on your way, but this is even quicker than expected. I'll tell Commander Aldin you've arrived. One moment, please. You can still do the quests, Los, but I recommend going as a different class. That way you don't waste the EXP that the quests give. Like, if you have another tank you want to level up, like Dark Knight or something like that, then that's what I would recommend. Because you can do it as Gunbreaker, but then you would miss out on the EXP. Glad you can join us. You need to be eye level 565 to do the raid. I appreciate that we've a far greater crisis to worry about, but we cannot afford to ignore the situation here either. I'd like nothing more than to hear about your recent adventures, but I'm afraid such pleasantries will have to wait. Oh boy. As our man in Thavnir will have told you, a blasphemy is loose in Alamigo. When it first appeared, the city guard were able to get most of the bystanders to safety, and for mercy, excuse me, those caught in the chaos only suffered more injuries. But the fiend managed to escape and has not been seen since. We must find it, and soon, for as long as it remains at large, every man, woman, and child is at risk. As was the case in Thavnir, the blasphemy's very existence seems to spur the creation of lesser beasts. The longer it is allowed to roam free, the more tragedy our people will suffer. Did anyone see the change take place? Aye, there were several eyewitnesses who gave the same account. A man walking through the Alamegan quarter fell to his knees all of a sudden, and a moment later transformed into a monstrosity we now pursue. But behold the fact, he was a young Highlander. We know next to nothing about him. Even the descriptions of his appearance are too vague to help identify the lad, and we've no clues as to his name or background. For all we know, he might not have even been born in Alamigo, might have been the son of refugees come to visit. There are other possibilities we're investigating, though. That said, I doubt his circumstances are unique. Blasphemies and beasts are born when men are overcome by despair. and whatever drove him to turn likely could have done the same to another. Therefore, if we are to prevent future tragedies, it is imperative that we identify and address the underlying cause. Until we do, we'll have no choice but to deal with the afflicted the only way we know how, by granting them a quick death. For now, I would have you join the hunt and keep my men from falling prey to these creatures. Are you up to it? Yes, sir. You have my thanks. And as chance would have it, we've received word that a number of beasts were spotted on the outskirts of Alagana. The troops stationed there have already put them down, but were wounded in the process. First and foremost, they need medical attention, and that's where you come in. I'll meet you there. So, to Alagana we go. Excuse me. Although the soldiers were able to lead the beasts away from the village and cull the lot of them, victory did not come easily. It's times like these that our lack of healers is most sorely felt. I dare say they've yet to receive any treatment at all. See to their wounds, while I survey the area for any stragglers that may have escaped. Once I've completed my patrol, I'll head to the village to gather eyewitness reports. Look for me thereafter. Can't read. Let's see. Let's go ahead and heal these fighters. Gods be good. I feel reborn. Hold on. Aren't you, you're Enna, aren't you? I can't believe it. You're the one who inspired me to join the resistance in the first place. And now you've come to save me in my my hour of need. I'll never forget this. Thank you, thank you. Alright, one more dude to heal. I saw them change right before my eyes. Those weren't monsters I killed, but innocent men. But it had to be done. There were others we had to protect, and thanks to you, I can continue to do just that. Once I've made my way back, I'll give a full account. The families, they'll understand. For treating the wounds of the soldiers, you have my thanks, and theirs too, no doubt. It seems they were indeed successful in slaying all the beasts, if my search is any indication, but we must remain vigilant. Well, words. I've also spoken with several people who witnessed the movement of the transformation, though the ordeal was understandably left them rather shaken. I hear you've been through a fair few ordeals yourself, Enna. As for me, I've been kept busy with this and that, like getting the hang of this wheelchair. Obviously, it has its limitations, but it gets me where I need to go. I've been working with this new organization as well, which is what brought me here, but no sooner had I arrived than those locals turned. Oh, Regenfrid, I heard you were there when it happened. What can you tell us? Lapis, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well tonight. We are continuing our story adventures in Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. The ones who underwent the change are the very people we were trying to help. Perhaps I should explain from the beginning. The meeting Lys held in the royal palace marked a turning point for all of Giribania. It spurred us to open a dialogue with peoples and communities we otherwise would have shunned. But there are still so many problems to be addressed and countless souls struggling to build new lives for themselves. I decided to form a volunteer group, the Silver Griffins. Our main concern is the welfare of Alamegans who sided with the Empire for whatever reason and helped them find a place in society. In particular, the surviving families of the Crania Lupi. Lupi? I don't know. But I thought you despised the skulls. Make no mistake, I've not forgiven them. I don't have that in me, and I doubt I ever will. But the memory of that day in the palace, of Fordrola asking to be locked up again after saving us all, it stayed with me. Got me to thinking about why she and the other youths would commit such atrocities, why they'd swear to serve the Empire. And the answer was simple, because they'd seen what we'd seen and suffer much the same. In a hell where we all were condemned, they chose to betray one brother to save another. That's how the Garleans win, not by breaking you, but by making you break yourself. By making the choice the right one for a man at the end of his tether. Healing only begins with liberation, and some scars never will regardless. Those who've returned from foreign lands may have difficulty carving out a living here, but the ones who'd pledged allegiance to Garlemald. This is not the Alamigo we dreamed of, but after 25 years of misery, I'll not see it thrown away because we can't come to terms with the past. That's why I formed the Silver Griffins, to see that no one is cast aside. It's a cause I support, and it's what brought me here today. I've been acting as a mediator. Aye, and in short time he's been with us, he's proven himself a natural. But despite our early success, the families of the Skulls continue to refuse our help. I think I see where this is leading. They're the ones who turned, yes? It comes as no surprise. Their kin tormented and murdered fellow Alamegans. Anyone with a conscience would feel shame or guilt, and for some, it might be too much to bear. I think I might know why they're turning us away. It's a sensitive matter, though, so let's go somewhere where we won't be overheard. I'm doing good, thanks, Lapis. I'm just, coping with the fact I had to wait for 5 hours to queue back into my home server after helping a friend. It is what it is, it was just unfortunate. But I'm doing good otherwise. It's about one of the men who turned. I saw his memories. With the echo. I'll not pretend to understand it, but tell us what you learned. I only caught a glimpse, but that was enough. It was during the occupation, a man raising his son, only the two of them, but they were a family. To keep his boy clothed and fed, he chose to side with the Empire. He knew what others would say, but he did it anyway. And so he was branded a traitor. Every day his son listened to the jeering, the insults, and there was nothing he could do. When he came of age, he joined the Skulls in hopes it would make life easier for his father. He never dared to question his orders, no matter how depraved. He died in the revolution, but not before killing his own countrymen. His father wept not for the betrayer and murderer, but for the man he could have been. He blamed it all on himself, right up until the change took him. I can only pray he and his boy have finally found the peace that they were ordained in life. Alas, theirs is an all too familiar tale. They cannot forgive themselves, nor can they see how anyone else could? The sins of their kin weigh heavy on them. They think themselves undeserving of our compassion. If they carry on like that, they'll turn into beasts. We've got to help them before it's too late. Growing up half Garlean and Alamigo, I know how it feels to be shunned and hated, to hate myself. But so long as we give ourselves and others a chance, we can change for the better. And while I might not be as clever or eloquent as someone like Alphino, I know I can make a difference. I might not be quite the swordsman I used to be, but I'm still a fighter at heart, and I owe it to Abba and Ollie to make the most of this life as long as I've got it. We Silver Griffins will give our all to see that no more beasts or blasphemies ravage Giribani again. So, Commander Aldin, do we have your approval to continue our work? Of course, there's no enemy more formidable than despair, and I'd be a fool to refuse your help. That even a single one of our people has succumbed to this transformation is proof of our failure to protect them. Therefore, I pledge the Silver Griffins my unconditional support. Together, we will prevail. Now that we have Enna on our hand to aid the troops, I believe we are ready to face any beasts we encounter. Though I fear it is only a matter of time before others appear, I ask that you lend the Silver Griffins your assistance in the meantime. Very good. For now, let us return to the city. Okay, we need to go back to the Alamigan quarter, I think. Those who harbor guilt do so not because they are weak at heart, but because they have failed to meet the demands they make of themselves. 'Twas the same for me when I believed that my failures had led to the Sultana's assassination. The despair and self-loathing were indescribable. It was fortunate that you and the other Scions came to my rescue, that I had friends who convinced me I was more than the sum of my worst mistakes. Now we must do the same for the people of Alamigo. We must help them to heal and find the strength to, if not forgive, then come to terms with who we were so that we can look to who we can be, who we should aspire to be. This is precisely why the work of the Silver Griffins is so vital. Though our problems are not new, the emergence of this deadly phenomenon means we cannot afford to delay addressing them any longer, and we will be better for it ultimately. Once we've decided a course of action, you'll be the first to know. Until then, may Rolgar watch over and keep you. And since we're level 86 now, we can do the next quest. The Butcher's Blade. We were hoping you'd stop by. I'll show you to Commander Aldin at once. You're a welcome sight as always, Anna. Aye, and a lot's happened since we last spoke. We Silver Griffins been keeping busy, as have I and my men, but I'm afraid we've little to show for our efforts. Although we've been searching high and low for the blasphemies, we've seen neither hide nor hair of it. Unfortunately, everyone has had their better luck. We've received reports of lesser beasts throughout Garabania, and putting them down is as important as hunting the blasphemy that got away. To complicate matters, rumors have been circulating that these beasts were the Skull's kin. While this was true of the recent incident in Garabania, we cannot have people jumping to conclusions, given what they might feel tempted to do. It has been suggested that we take these individuals into custody for their own protection as much as the safety of others, but that would only isolate them even further and give credence to the rumors, or credence to the rumors, sorry. The recent unrest has hindered the efforts of the Silver Griffins to no end. Therefore, I ask you to aid them in their endeavors, and see if there is aught that can be done. Also, you'll be joined by another volunteer. Try not to be too surprised. I thought I felt my ears burning. I said I don't need a keeper, but did they bloody listen? They did bollocks. Come on, don't be like that. This is what you agreed to. Besides, you never know when you might need of a healer, and there's none better than Enna. That's right. He's right. See? You've earned a measure of trust, and this shouldn't be taken to mean otherwise. Thick as thieves are we now? Then there's no need for this soldering collar, eh? Well, all I know is not coming off anytime soon, but if this is how it's to be, then fine, so long as she keeps out of my way. I want the two of you to visit the Silver Griffin's headquarters in Alagana. Several relatives of the Crania Lupi have agreed to meet with them, and we could do with a measure of precaution. If anyone so much mentions the skulls, I'll deal with it. Understood? Let's get this over with. She's as much at risk of turning as anyone, maybe even more so. You don't need the Echo to see the weight she's carrying. She's still not got a handle of her own, Echo, either. Sometimes the visions come without warning and with such force that it's all she can do to stay standing. There's no telling what might happen when she comes face to face with the family of her former comrades, so look out for her, please. I wish there was more I could do for her myself. But we've all got our own duties, and I'll see them through to the end. So must we all. Follow Fordala's lead. We're counting on you both, but be ready to step in, even if she curses you for it. And we need to go to Alagana. I had a feeling Raban would send you, Enna, but as for her, if you've got any complaints, take it up with the commander. No, it's fine. Truth be told, ever since that day at the Royal Palace, I've been thinking. Stop. You don't want to say it, and I don't want to hear it. To the matter at hand, then. We Silver Griffins have been working to support the relatives of the Krana Lupi, but one family has gone missing, a mother and her parents, who lived together under the same roof. One of ours paid them a visit, but they were nowhere to be seen. And when they went inside to check, they found the house had been torn to shreds. Thick gouges in the floor and walls, made by a beast's claw, by the look of them. You think they've turned? Aye, that's the most likely explanation. Please, do what you must before anyone else is hurt. There's no time to waste. I'll head west, you east. East we go! Where are you even going anyway? Oh. Oh, hello. Wait, I need my chocobo. Where are you? In the dirt, you spy an envelope contained a crumpled, tear-stained letter. Let's read the letter. Dear Mother, I hope this letter finds you well. Time is short, so I must keep this brief. Although I have never done anything to make you proud, I promise things will be different when the war is over. Until then, take care, and know that I love you with all my heart. Placing the letter back into its envelope, you turn your attention to finding the others. Then we need to go this way. A time-worn wedding ring. You discover what appears to be a wedding ring, with a name and date engraved on the inside. With seemingly no more clues to be found, you decide to report to Ragnfrid. Were you able to find anything? Well, I found this letter, and then the wedding ring. There you go. Then it is as we feared. I found and killed a third. It was carrying this. A matching ring. I'll deliver these effects to their next of kin and arrange for a funeral, or as close to one as possible under the circumstances. There's no changing the past. We'll always carry it, and the scars. But no matter who we were or what we did, we're Alamegans, then and now. The Empire was our enemy then, and now it's to spare. Good words and deeds will serve us best in this fight. Weapons even an old man like me can yet wield. Thanks to the two of you, the missing villagers may finally be laid to rest. I and the other Silver Griffins will redouble our efforts to prevent any further tragedies. I finished checking the wares, sir. Everything's in order. Good work. Take a rest, lad. You've more than earned it. Keep this to yourselves, but Everett's younger brother was a member of the Crania Lupi. He's exactly the sort of person we're trying to help. Like many of the others, he was reluctant to talk to us at first, but after we'd gained his trust, we were able to help him find work. He's taken to it well. It's her! The butcher! Oh boy. Traitors. All of us. Kinslayers deserving of hate and death. Hate and death. Get back. Get back. Well, alright then. We can't have good things, can we? Oh boy. Stay away from her. Fordola saved your girl's life. I know, but she's... It happened in an instant. That poor lad. But it had to be done, and without hesitation. Would have been much worse otherwise. Could you go after Fordola and see to her wounds? I'll do what I can here. Yeah, same. I wasn't expecting Fordola to get some screen time. Wasn't really a fan of her character, but curious all the same what happened to her. Now I can go find her. Fordola. I need to heal you. Where'd you go? There she is. I'm fine. Leave me be. I said I don't need your help. It's not your injuries I'm worried about. Bloody hells. If you're here to patch me up, get on with it. Quietly. A corral can't change its spots, and there's no washing the blood off my hands. Nor would I, even if I could. Taking up Garlean Steel was the first choice, but not the last. Like the first kill, the hardest. Every choice after that comes easier and easier, until I stopped counting, stopped caring. You tell yourself it's right. It's for the greater good. You give the order, feel the ground tremble as the cannons fire, and when the dust settles and your own men are buried beneath the rubble, you tell yourself, you tell yourself, me too. Oh boy. You mustn't give in. Ha. Ha. That man in the village. I saw his past. I'm the one who killed his brother. I... I'll be alright. I just need a moment. Can you wait with me? Everything the skulls fought for, the sacrifices we made, the things we did, in the end, it was all for nothing. Sometimes I look back on the road I walked, and the bitterness I can still taste, and I wonder, if I'd grown up in another time, another place, would I have done the same to a different people? Was it always in me to be me? All I know is, everyone would have been better off if I'd never been born. But I was, and I dragged others into a hell of my own making. I remember those two brothers in particular, childhood friends of mine. The older one enlisted with me, but the younger... He would never have made it as a soldier. He was too kind, too good. Ansfried died at Specula Imperatoris, but his brother's still out there somewhere. Now that I have got the courage to face him after what I did, I hope he finds the life he deserves. Not all the Crania Lupi at the towers died that day, though. I know from one of my visions that at least one survived. Rudolf. I'm glad he made it out, but too many others didn't. Too many others still need our help. I helped make this blasphemy. And by Rolger, I'll kill the bastard if it's the last thing I do. Anyway, that's enough out of me. I'll be heading back to the city to make my report. I suggest you do likewise. So back to the Alamegan Quarter we go. So we learned more about Fordola. It's for the lore, all the lore. Welcome back. Fordola's already given her account, and I'd like to hear yours too. So she almost turned into a beast herself. Well, I'll have to take that into consideration before sending her into the field again. As far as the events in Alagana are concerned, the two of you did well. Despite the appearance of several beasts, you were able to prevent any further casualties. However, this serves to confirm that those with connections to the Crania Lupi should be considered at risk of turning. Over the years, many of them have drifted away from the larger settlements and have taken to living in secret. Others made their way to Ul'dah as refugees, including some individuals of interest. As such, we'll be working closely with the Immortal Flames to locate and offer support to those refugees in particular. In fact, I plan to make the journey there for an audience with the Sultana. Once my preparations are complete, perhaps you may accompany me. I'm sure she'll be glad to see you. Okay, so we can't do the next quest, sadly, which is at 87. But that's very soon because we're about to level up. My EXP bar, if I take my cursor, it's right down here on the bottom of the screen. So we have this amount of bar left to gain EXP, but that'll come in story. Anyway, let's go back to Razadhan and then continue main story. Let me turn up the in-game volume. Just a second, guys. I'm gonna do it by a little bit so I don't blow my eardrums. Okay, so on to continuing main story. We just have to find the quest, which should be down here. Next main story quest, return to the Crystarium. Take this, Enna, my spirit vessel. Empty now, of course, but it shall allow you to operate the tower's systems in the umbilicus. If even the smallest fragment of Elidibus's essence remains, it should be possible to locate it. As for access to the umbilicus, pray seek out Lina for assistance. Or Lina? Chances are she stands watch at the Ekensor Gate. Should she or anyone else ask for me, tell them I'm living my life to the fullest, that I am happy, hardships and all. Well, we had best be ourselves, or we had best be on our respective ways. God's willing, we will see each other again ere long. Alright, so we're about to go back into some Shadowbringers territory. So that would be here. And we're going to teleport to... well, actually, no, not this one. It's this one. Let's teleport to Fort Job. Okay, now we're going to find Lina. She should be over there. And there she is. Enna, you are returned. Have you been well, you and the others? As well as we can be. Full glad am I to hear that. I trust my lord is enjoying himself. He said this to you, these exact words. Oh, to know that he is happy, it fills my heart with joy. Thank you, Enna, for taking care of him. When next you see him, please tell him not to overexert himself. Futile, a request though it is. And tell him that all is well here. The peace you gifted us continues, and we work hard to rebuild new lives for ourselves. In the course of this, we occasionally bicker, but we've never been more optimistic for the morrow. If I had to mention one dilemma, it would be the question of our governance. Even as we speak, debate rages on over how we should run the city in the Exarch's absence. Most are of mind that a settlement council should continue to oversee the general running of the Crystarium, while representatives are elected to determine policy and handle diplomacy. Thus far, nothing is set in stone, but But however we choose to proceed, we will not replace our Lord. No one could. Have we recently observed any unusual phenomena? No, I cannot say there have been. Curious that you should ask me this question, though. Some days ago, Reen came by and asked the very same. She was rather unsettled, in stark contrast to how cheerful she has been of late. She and other Crystarium youths just hosted a festival, you see. It proved so popular that there are already plans for another celebration, one much bigger than the first. Between her preparations for the festival and the restoration of the empty, she struck me as happy and full of life. So when I saw her in a state of such worry, I couldn't help but feel worried in turn, especially since she wouldn't tell me what troubled her. I dare say she would be more willing to confide in you. May I ask to broach the subject with her? You wish to enter the umbilicus. Very well. I shall fetch the key at once, and take the opportunity to find Reen. Please wait for me in the city, in front of the Cabinet of Curiosity, shall we say. I will be there along as soon as I can. I do agree that Shadowbringers was a long expansion. Good, though. It was really good. Oh, wait. Why are we flying? Let's just teleport to the Crystarium. Okay, so now we'll just have to wait for Reen to show up. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. So let's wait for Lyra here. Did I say Reen before? I meant Lyra. Sorry. Do my old eyes deceive? Is that truly Enna? Ha! It is! Full glad am I to see you, hale and whole, my friend. What a wonderful surprise it is to have you back with us, and at this most opportune time. In case you haven't heard, we are planning to produce a tome chronicling events from the Flood to the Knight's Return. For this project, we intend to draw upon records kept by the world's people. Historical and contemporary first-hand accounts will be the centerpiece of the tome, but yours would be the one to crown them all. I've been asked to contribute a chapter on the soul, a subject that is key to understanding much of our endeavors. In the course of developing the spirit vessel, I gained valuable insights into travel beyond the rift, knowledge that will allow me to attest to your experience and deeds, or existence and deeds. Reading's hard. There is no end to the questions I would ask you, but if you could indulge me just one for now. In your quest to restore the night, you faced many a formidable foe, among them who offered the greatest struggle. Let's see, our options are Titania, driven mad by light and loneliness, Valkyrie and his misguided self-righteousness, Hades, who bore the burden of his people, and this may come as a surprise, but I would say Hades, who bore the burden of his people. Ah yes, Hades, he who sought to resurrect his ancient brethren. He was the final obstacle in your quest to restore the night, your battle in the depths of the tempest, the stuff of epics. Yet compelling as it is, I worry that mere words wouldn't do justice to that fateful confrontation. Not that we would think to omit it entirely, of course. No, at the very least, we will impress upon readers that it was the climax of our hero's journey. I know you'd love to talk your ear off, Morin, but we really should be on our way. Those documents from Yulmore won't collect themselves. Of course, of course. And afterwards, would you care to join me for tea? I was hoping you might clarify a few points in your treatise. Treatise? I don't know. Big words scare me. Till next time, then. Do tell the others to look after themselves. Our overzealous friend, in particular, remind him not to overexert himself, again and again till his ears fall off, if that's what it takes for him to take it to heart. Is that the Warrior of Darkness? It's her! It's really her! What are you doing here? If you're going to battle, can I give you some medicine? I made it myself. Best not, Riki. You'd only give her a stomachache. We've come to see Morin, to get his advice. One of the guard finally agreed to teach us how to fight, but first we need to choose a fighting style. Well, I know that I want to be a mage. Arkil isn't sure. Magic isn't really my thing, so I was thinking of taking up the axe, or the sword, or maybe the bow. They all seem alright, but it's hard to decide, so I thought I'd ask Morin. He knows about lots of things. He isn't here? Aww. Oh, why don't you ask the Warrior of Darkness choose for you? What do you think suits Arkil best? Axe, sword, or bow? Let's see. For smiting your opponent, the axe. For protecting your friends, the sword. For fighting and hunting both, the bow. Let's see. We'll do this option. For fighting and hunting both, the bow. The bow? If you took up the bow, you could be just like... Rhonda Ray, the Warrior of Light! I love the tale. Let's borrow the book today. It's really popular, though. I hope it's still there. Thanks for helping me decide, Warrior of Darkness. I'll start with that style and maybe try something else later on. And when I get really strong, I hope to have a bout with you. And yes, Los, you are the warrior of shooting and stabbing things at the same time. Such fun she's been having basking in the endorphin of musty old bookworms and wide-eyed younglings, but does she spare a thought for me? Of course not. Who is that? Hello? I waited and waited and waited, and she won't so much as acknowledge the presence of her beautiful branch, even though they're right here. Such a heartless thing our sapling is. Cold and cruel and heartless. Options are, Feol, I, need you? Oh, faithful Feol, loveliest of branches, how I have missed you. Or, don't you have more important things to do, your majesty? Oh, faithful Feol, loveliest of branches, how I have missed you. If you truly missed me, you should have cried for me at the top of your lungs the instant you arrived. To make up for it, you will call with twice the passion next time. Though for there to be a next time, you've some few struggles to overcome. So, my adorable sapling, the world is on the verge of destruction, is it? How do I know this? Joined as we are, spying on you is as simple as sliding down the back of a rainbow. With that, I could aid you in your quest, but the fate of we Fey folk is bound to that of the star. Whither it goes, so too do we follow. Such is the way. The most I could do for you is spare you the pain, by gifting you the sweetest of eternal dreams. But if escape's not to your liking, then you must struggle with your fellow mortals. Ah, but here are the ones you were waiting for. I wonder, what manner of conclusion awaits at Tale's End? Oh, it's both Reen and Lyra. My apologies for the delay. Enna, it's so wonderful to see you again. You doubtless have much catching up to do, so I shall leave you to it. I've taken the liberty to unlock the umbilicus, and you may enter at your leisure. Reen is so little. I'm relieved to hear that everyone is well. I've had this feeling, like a pit in my stomach, and I was afraid that something might have happened. Maybe I'm overthinking things, but it's just that I'm the Oracle of Light, and I've never spoken with Heidelin, never once heard her call. Even so, I've always had this feeling deep inside me, a connection to something immense. These past few days, though, that connection has wavered, as if that immense something was distant, then close, then distant again. And then, the other night, I was jolted awake by the feeling it had completely severed. Wanting some fresh air, I went to open the window, and to my horror, the sky was ablaze, like during the star shower. But then I blinked, and everything was normal. The next day, no one said a thing. No one else had seen what I had seen. As far as I could tell, nothing was out of the ordinary. I began to wonder if it was just a figment of a half-remembered dream. Enna, what are you not telling me? I have to know, please. It doesn't matter how terrible it is. Oh yeah, Shadowbringers was awesome. 10 out of 10 would recommend. It wasn't my imagination then. The doom we witnessed in Emerald has come again. I can't believe it. Like I told you before, all is well here in the First, so don't worry about us. Please, look only to the threat before you. We're fine right now, and even if we weren't, we've learned how to survive. Should the final days reach us here as well, you may be assured we won't go quietly. No, we'll hold on until you can find a way to save all of our worlds. So long as you continue your fight, so too will we, united in purpose beneath a blazing sky. Next quest. Hope upon a flower. You're headed to the umbilicus to consult with Elidibus, right? I'll do some consulting of my own and speak with Lena. Decide how we might best prepare for the final days. So it's farewell for now. But we'll see each other again. I'm certain of it. Alright, so we need to go first, we're going to do this. We'll give Reen pets, and then continue with our journey. Ah, Mistress Enna, welcome back. The captain has told me all. Give the word and I will show you to the ocular.
Biometric authentication complete. Please state your business. Acknowledged. Reinitializing Circus Tower systems. Searching for Elidibus entity. Target located in subterranean core power accumulator. Projecting image.
My home. My friends. No more than a dream. You. Why have you awakened me? I no longer sense those places beyond, or Lord Zodiac. You must explain all. So, he is fallen, and my brethren's souls returned to the star. The doom we sacrificed so much to prevent is come again. Old burdens now yours to bear. But if this is Fandaniel's design, then I, as Elidibus, have a duty to fulfill. Your unsolicited act has restored to me some few memories of the convocation. Such knowledge as I have, I will share.
Thank you.
I do this not for you. I merely perform my duty, as I have ever done.
Rude.
Where to begin? Ah, the end. Your understanding of what caused the final days is consistent with our own. The decay first took root where the currents were weakest. Yes, a conclusion drawn by him, Fandaniel. Not the him of here and now, but as I knew him. Long ago. Having shed light upon the phenomenon, he dedicated himself to devising a countermeasure. Were it not for his knowledge of the Celestial, we would never have made the connection, and thence forestalled the final days. And though he inherited that noble soul, how different this last incarnation. So consumed by self-loathing and hate. Elpis. Yes, the name is familiar to me. Yet I know it not as a flower, but a place. A testing facility for determining which of our creations were fit to be released into the world. Many worked there, and before joining the convocation and assuming the title of Fandaniel, he was their chief. He was Hermes. That is all I know. The crystals tell little of the lives the 14 led prior to their induction. Elpis itself would tell even less. Nary a ruin has survived. Wait. I saw you there. In Elpis. No. I did not. But I did. I did. A lingering trace of impossibility. And a truth that fills my heart. My memories remain clouded, I fear. However, they have revealed to me one possible course. You must travel to Elpis, to the time when Hermes served as its chief. In glimpsing the Exarch's memories, not only did I make his summoning magic mine own, I also mastered the workings of this tower, which, having absorbed my empowered essence, now harbors an abundance of energy. As such, I believe I can deliver you unto the past, unto that place and that precise moment. Given the eons that must be traversed, the gateway will not be fully formed. Your form will be less tangible still than those warriors of light I had summoned. In all likelihood, none will be able to see or hear you. Yet even should you manage to interact with others, you will be unable to effect meaningful change. For the reality you wish to save, the reality to which you must return, exists as a result of the final days.
Kira, hello, welcome to the stream. Can you imagine if this game had hot tub time travel? That'd be hilarious. But yes, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well.
You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present. Cannot unmake the sorrow and suffering fated to come. In full knowledge of this, will you still entrust your life to your foe and make the journey? Very well. I shall cast you unto the river of time. Let this be my final act. You must input the commands. I no longer have the authority. First, you must reconfigure the systems, that the tower's ether may be channeled for the magic. The preparations are complete. The gateway will soon open. Return at once to the ocular. all appears to be in order. The ether flows unimpeded. The magic should consume every last mote of my essence. Why are you surprised? Did I not say that this will be my final act? Lord Zodiac is no more. There is nothing for me here. The ones I love and long to see again are waiting in that promised land, beyond memory and dream. Now go, warrior of light. Go and do not look back. Well, Heidelin, I take my leave of you. Yours is the mantle of the last of us. May you have the joy of it, the burden and the solitude. It falls to you now. You and your champion to save our star.
Yes, we are now Stuart Little. The device is reminiscent of an aetheryte. Perhaps it is possible to attune with it. Despite attempting to channel and focus your energies, you fail to attune with the device. You can only assume it operates differently. We are very small. The remarkably large man wears a black robe and a half mask, much like the phantoms you encountered in Mari Lumitarium and the recreated Amarot. It would seem you have made it to your destination. You gesticulate wildly and shout all manner of greetings and obscenities, but the man does not so much as glance in your general direction. Help! Am small! Can you help me? The man stands dutifully by the aetheryte-like device, a guide of this facility, in all likelihood. You attempt to get the man's attention, but but if he sees or hears you, he gives absolutely no indication. As Elizabeth warned, it appears your form is intangible. Look, I'm jumping, notice me! This is the right place, yes? Propylaeon? Propylaeon? Judging by the woman's words, this facility is called these fantasy words. Propylaeon? You attempt to generally prod the woman to attract her attention, but feel nothing, and it seems neither does she. Can we fit through the door? You suspect this door leads outside, but how to open it? Nolos, we are not the ghosts of Tsushima.
And here we are, Elpis. Well, well, how rare to receive you in person. To what do we owe the honor?
Oh, just a few odd tasks. We'll be here a while.
You're welcome to stay as long as you see fit, of course. As a matter of procedure, however, I must ask that you kindly remove your masks.
Don't remove your masks in public, though. That's a big no-no right now.
Come now. Is this truly necessary? Surely you can tell who we are.
Who you are, perhaps, but I am far less infamous. Regardless, if we do not follow protocol, 'tis our hosts who would be held accountable. So, please, do favor us with your handsome face.
Satisfied?
I thank you for your cooperation. You are free to go about your business.
Yeah, this is the part in the story where it gets a little Kingdom Heartsy. Kind of.
By the by, you see it too, yes?
I haven't the foggiest what you're talking about.
That's odd. It's right here. A bit thin in the ether, but there's no mistaking it. The color of its soul is almost identical to Azem's. Do you suppose she created it? Rather unusual for a familiar to have a soul, though.
Don't ask me. All I know is that it's trouble. Doubly so if it's her spitting image. So let's leave it be. Come now.
Can you hear me? I am small.
It's trying to say something, but it's literally too intangible to form words. Why don't you give it some ether? Spare a snifter of your bounteous reserves.
Who Who do you take me for?
Why, a dear friend, of course. One who wouldn't let acts of kindness, such as my accompanying him on errands to far-flung outposts, go unrewarded.
I suggest you close your eyes, or this may be unpleasant.
Okay.
You may open your eyes.
Oh, you even adjusted its size.
The better to indulge your whim. This way, it will be easier to communicate.
How very thoughtful of you. And may I applaud your artful reinforcement. Without further ado then. Greetings! I am Hythlodaeus, Chief of the Bureau of the Architect. Sulking beside me is the most honorable Emmett Selk of the Convocation of 14. And how might we address you, my new friend?
I am Enna Eventide.
A fine name. And I'm pleased to see you understand our words. So, tell us, whence have you come? The thinness of your essence suggests you weren't created here.
New class confirmed, Keyblade wielder.
You do not know? Or cannot say? Allow me to ask a different question then. What brings you here?
I seek a man named Hermes.
Well now, the same as us. Perhaps Azim wished to come too, but had to settle for a familiar.
If she truly wished to be here, then she would be.
Right you are. My apologies if we've given offense. The two of us can discern the color of souls, you see, and yours happens to resemble that of a friend. And with your purpose matching our own besides, we jumped to a hasty conclusion. We are here to speak with Hermes, the chief overseer of this facility, which we also intend to tour in order to gain greater insight into the man's work. We, I say, though this is Emmett Selk's charge. I am here only to serve as his guide. And I should be happy to serve as yours as well, by way of an apology for the misunderstanding.
Wait, are you suggesting that we bring it along on official business? This thing we know next to nothing about?
If you harbor suspicions, better to keep it close than leave it to its own devices. Wouldn't you agree? Besides, having a mysterious life form in tow is the norm rather than the exception here. Welcome, my friends, to the testing ground of creation at Heaven's Edge, Elpis.
The world unsundered, Elpis.
This presence.
Look at the exottals. Cute.
Hermes! Visitors! We have visitors!
Yeah, the weather's not the best right now.
What secrets are you hiding, I wonder?
Unfortunately, it's foggy, so you can't see all the details in the background. I think that's even the weather, right? Let's see. Oh, clouds, rather. Oh, hi, Chocobo. This is hardly my first time here, but the scenery never fails to take my breath away. Why, it feels as if you could reach out and touch the heavens. Now then, to begin our guided tour. Perhaps you already know these things, but for the sake of thoroughness, I shall start with the basics. Using concepts to give shape to ether, creation magics allow us to bring forth anything we desire, be it inanimate objects or living beings. Anyone may conceive our concepts, but they must all undergo evaluation at the Bureau of the Architect. As part of that process, living beings and certain arcane entities may be seen here to Elpis for in-depth observation and study. A fascinating facility, isn't it? I dare say you'll enjoy touring it with us. Next quest. Petaloda Hunt. Now then, our friend Hermes, aside from overseeing the facility, he also conducts his own research. Now then, oh yeah, I already read that. Chances are he will be at the main observation hub, so let us seek him out there first. Attired as you are, however, you stand out a little too much. Our dear Emmett Selk wishes to keep a low profile for his errand, so... Do you know how to make a robe? The basic concept will do. Nope. I don't know how to make clothes. No? In that case, Emmett Selk... No. Your whim, your responsibility. You're getting not another thimble of ether out of me. The way he scrimps sometimes. You'd think he wasn't a nigh bottomless fount of magic. Very well. I shall make the robe, but perchance you can assist. Come, let us search for the requisite material. Yeah, this place is normally a sight to behold, and it still is. It's just foggy, so you can't see the distant details. Yes, these creatures should suffice. An etheric rope. I want you to use it to capture, shall we say, 2 Petalodi. There are 3 species here, I believe. Any 2 different kinds should serve. Now, I should mention that the strength of the rope is tied, no pun intended, to the strength of its user. As your ether is still thin compared to ours, you'll need to weaken the Petalodi first. Good luck. We'll choose Eventide colors, the orange one and the blue one. Oh wait, oops, I was supposed to use the rope. Heh, lol. Alright, we'll try with this one. Okay, there's one. Let's find another orange one, though. There's one. There we go. You've caught the Petalodi. Come, come, let us see. I caught a blue and a red, yeah, a blue and a red one. Or orange. Your preference. Yes, these fine fellows will do nicely. And now for a spot of, reversion. There, it's ready. It's nothing fancy, but then we're trying not to stand out. Try it on for size. You turn living beings into clothing? Just like that? Well, not just like that. Need to revert them to their, constituent ether first. Lest you wonder why I asked for 2 species, it is due to the difference in their etheric balance. Blending them allows us to produce garb with superior etheric stability. Well and good to disguise and educate it, but it won't fool anyone who can see worth a damn. Fair point, but at the very least it should spare you unwanted attention from casual observers. Emmett Salk speaks true. Even dressed like us, your unusual nature will be plain to those who think to look. Should someone question your presence, don't make up excuses, much less try to explain what you actually are. No, best to simply say that you are a familiar. The question is, whose? Ah, of course, Azem's. If you say you belong to her, people will give you the benefit of the doubt for any and all outlandish behavior. Exploiting our associate's absence? For lack of her presence, absolutely. Were she here, she'd have been the first to propose the idea, and you know it. With that, your story is settled. Let us continue with our errand. So we got the Soffit's robe, pants, and shoes. Yay, we leveled up. Wait, Chocobo, come back. Aw. We'll summon them again soon. Let's see, okay, everything else went to our armory chest. So, for the sake of roleplay... Yes, chicken suit. No, the Soffit's robe. And... You just need to wade through my inventory for a second here. Oh no, we didn't get any hands. We got legs and pants, so, or legs and shoes. So while we're here in Elpis, we will wear this. So now we blend in and look like them, kinda. I'll still keep the armlets, though. In search of Hermes. If you are ready, let us continue along the path to Anagnorisis. The place serves as an observation hub and residence both. Someone there should be able to point us in the direction of Hermes. Would you guys prefer me to put on the chicken suit? I mean, I do have it. Perfect! We'll blend right in. Okay, we need to make our way up this way. Yes, can I help you? We wish to speak with Chief Hermes. Do you know where we might find him? Well now, by your mask, I assume you're one of the 14. I wasn't aware there was to be a visitation. Between you and us, it's something of a surprise. Your discretion in the matter would be appreciated. I see, I see. My lips are sealed. The chief should be out conducting observations as usual. His focus of late has been aquatic creatures, so I expect you to find him at one of the pools here. Pools, you say? My thanks, and apologies for disrupting your work. I say, Hythlodaeus, while I've never met Hermes, you know him well, do you not? That being the case, couldn't you simply find him by his ether? Aye, that I could. As you know, Emmet Selk and I discern the color of souls. By the same token, we can also see ether quite keenly and from great distances. With this skill, I could readily locate Hermes, but I felt it would be a waste of an opportunity. We're here to perform an assessment, after all. By searching the ordinary way, we stand to gain insight into Elpis and the man in charge of it. This is as much of your own enjoyment, like as not, but point taken. If you're going to accompany us, make yourself useful and help us look for Hermes. According to his profile, he has short, dark hair. So you know, it's because we're in Elpis that we don't have our cowls up, a special exemption due to the need to be aware of dangerous creatures. Elsewhere, we do not exhibit our individuality. It's unseemly. This is all common sense, but I would not assume you possess any. Rude. It's a rare treat indeed to be able to search for someone by their appearance, and I thank you for humoring me. Come, let's find our man. Oh, Hylos. And you have your golden sparkly doggo. Alright, first things first, I'm going to attune to the Aetheryte so we can actually teleport back this way. It's still clouds out. Can the sun make an appearance, please? want to talk to you. I want to tune to the Aetheryte. I can't see anything. There. Yeah, I didn't think we got any arm pieces with the gear we got, I think. If the game allows us to see up close. No, okay. Nah, it's fine. Anyway, we tuned to the Aetheryte. Let's go find Hermes. Okay, we don't need to repair our gear. Hermes was by the pool, so we'll check there. And there he is. I want one. I want an Exotic minion. They're so tiny.
You are...
Oh. Different. You're different too. You and me. We're alike. Friends. I want to be... Wait. Please. Wait. Greetings and salutations. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, and know your thoughts. May we please be friends? May we please be friends?
She's so bewildered.
I see you found him.
Hythlodaeus. It's been a while. Too long, I think.
Too long indeed for close collaborators. On this blessed occasion, I bring not only myself, but others who long to speak with you.
You are of the convocation.
Emmet Selk at your service. Do I have the honor of addressing Hermes, Chief Overseer of Elpis?
You do. You have traveled far for it.
Given your facility's purpose, its remote location is something of a necessity. Would that I didn't have to rely upon a guide.
Oh, you wound me. Have I not ever been an attentive and helpful friend? But moving along to more agreeable company, this one we chance to... Well, you certainly have her attention. Is she one of yours, Hermes?
Her name is Meteon. It means shooting star.
If I may make an observation, her ether is terribly thin. I fear she might dissipate at any moment. Nor do I believe you've made a submission to the Bureau. I would remember such a concept if you had.
I haven't, as you say. I judged it too early. She's a pet project of mine, still undergoing preliminary testing.
Lapis, thank you so much for the 100 bits. You're very kind. Thank you. I hope you're enjoying the stream.
rest assured that I will attend in person ere long.
Very well. Being an authority on flying life forms, I appreciate that you are exacting in your work. I shall look forward to your submission.
If we have finished with the perfunctory chit-chat, I would discuss official matters. By my coming, I trust you already anticipate the subject.
I have an inkling, yes. Please wait to the main building yonder. I shall join you as soon as I've returned these creatures to their homes.
What's wrong, Hermes?
An amistoma is missing.
I may have found it. A creature with the self-same ether as those there, nestled in the boughs of a tree outside the grounds.
You're saying they can climb with their sorry excuses for limbs?
But they're cute, though.
The fashion has been to imbue aquatic creatures with the power of flight, ever since the words of Metron created a sky-swimming fish. The ambistomas too can fly, if only slightly, and they could conceivably climb a tree. Whether they can come down safely, however... Excuse me.
That's part of Emic Salk's charm. He's just done with everything and has patience for little. Little to any shenanigans.
I'll help too.
And what are we supposed to do with this lot?
May I suggest we split up? If you would be so good as to assist Hermes, Emmett Selk and I shall keep an eye on these adorable creations in the meantime.
Anna looks really good in the robe. I wasn't expecting that. But yeah, Emmett Selk, he is just tired of everything. And everyone. All the time. That's his character. So I need to find the missing Exotl. It seems Hermes and Medion have found their quarry, a creature known this age as an... they just said it in the cutscene. Embistoma. Yet though it has been safely extricated from the tree, Hermes appears to have found himself in quite a predicament. The Embistoma, Hermes saw it high up the tree. He climbed up to get it, but it jumped on him and he slipped. Oh, I didn't even see him up there. He's just hanging upside down. Everything is under control, I trust. Yes, rest assured, this is nothing new to me. I've ended up in far more compromising positions in the course of my work. Now, for your own safety, please stand back. Ugh. Hermes, are you all right? Quite all right, yes. My apologies for making you worry, Meteion. Both of you and... my name's Enna. Enna Eventide, you are called. An intriguing name, somehow reminiscent of a new creation. Thank you for coming after me. As for you, little one, you must be more careful. You may be able to fly, but it doesn't mean you cannot fall and hurt yourself. Oh no! I'd forgotten all about its fellows! Truly, what a relief. I must thank Emmet Selk and Hithlodeus when I return to them. But first, with the distractions out of the way, as Chief Overseer of Elpis, permit me to welcome you to our facility. I hope you will enjoy your time here. Oh yeah, he's totally fine. Let me zoom in. The ambystoma stares at you unflinchingly, as if regarding something novel. Regarding it in turn, you notice that it appears to be floating, if ever so slightly. New quest. Ponder, warrant, cherish, welcome. Well, we mustn't keep the others waiting. Let's return to Anagnorisis. I see Los. My apologies for the trouble. Owing to your kind assistance, all the ambystomas are safe and well. I will presently send them back to their space, if you would go ahead to the main building. Upon entering, you will see a table and chairs, a meeting area. We may speak there. Very well. Take care not to let the creature slip away again. So it's up here. Oh, someone is fused with Emmet Selk. Okay. I was like, who's that?
This appears to be the place. And here is where we part ways.
Right, yeah. Exoddles is much more easy to pronounce, and we know what they are.
We will be discussing highly sensitive affairs. Only a select few may be privy to such knowledge, and that does not include someone who cannot or will not divulge their origins.
Now you made Enna sad.
What? Will I have to remove you by force?
Bring it on! No. I have important things to say to him as well.
Yes, I'm sure your business with Hermes is quite pressing. You may speak with him to your heart's content after ours is concluded.
I do not object to her attendance.
Hermes, this is highly irregular.
Perhaps, but I believe she can be trusted. Meteon would not have taken to her so quickly otherwise. Moreover, the presence of a third party may help me to maintain composure.
As you wish, then. Behave yourself. Do you hear?
So, it's finally happened then.
Aye. Van Daniels declared his intention to step down and named you as his preferred successor. In recognition of your knowledge and your works, the Convocation is giving the recommendation due consideration. As one who does not know you personally, I am to use my impartial eye to take your measure. And above all else, to ascertain your disposition towards the invitation. I understand that you and Fandaniel are close. He himself was once chief overseer of Elpis after all. I should not be surprised if you knew before anyone else that he wished to relinquish his office.
I did. He told me that when he fulfilled his purpose, he wished to pass the torch to me.
A torch you seem none too pleased to accept. Are you so averse to serving on the Convocation?
No, it's not that. For a humble researcher like myself to even be considered is an honor beyond words.
Alright, Lapis, thank you so much for joining the stream tonight, and I hope to see you next time. And thank you so much for the 100 bits tonight. I appreciate that so much. I appreciate your support a lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope you have a good night.
No. What troubles me, what I struggle to come to terms with, is the very fact that Fandaniel is stepping down. Does this not mean that he will return to the Star?
Of his own volition, yes. Like so many others have before him.
Return to the Star? Does that mean die?
Well now, that's not a word I hear often. Is that what you say here in Elpis? Mankind is the life of Atheris. Each of us, a drop of blood flowing through its veins, bearing sustenance. In our finite time upon it, 'tis our duty to make it a better place.
Oops, sorry.
To that end, we have dedicated ourselves to the pursuit of enlightened creation. And by our efforts did we transform this once untamed wilderness into the peaceful paradise you enjoy today. To return to the star whence we came is a privilege afforded to we who have so loved and nurtured it.
You know, if the fog would go away, we can actually see the scenery. That's just me, though.
A choice embraced by those who have lived their lives to the fullest, in service to our world. And when they depart upon this journey, it is beautiful, always.
The 14 are no exception. 'Tis believed no occasion is more felicitous than the fulfillment of one's duty. Our office becomes our lives, and to retire is to return, or so the majority of us hold. Some few have elected to eschew custom. Mayhap you feel Fandaniel's deeds do not warrant his return. Yet you should know his accomplishments as well as any. During his time, he conceived of countless outstanding concepts. And channeling the wealth of experience he attained here in Elpis, he brought forth many new specimens.
I know of all this. I do. It's just, I cannot fathom why someone so great and wise, who could still do so much good, would want to end it all. Made her upset. Forgive me. I know I requested your presence. Might I trouble you to take Meteon outside? A change of scenery would do her good.
Los, are you part of the convocation too now? Are you part of the conversation at hand? Well, if that's the case, can I sit here? Yes. Aha, I can sit here. Alright. So I'm gonna have the cheese pizza. Hermes is going to have the pepperoni. Hythlodeus is gonna have the vegan pizza, he seems that type, and then Emmett Sulk will have the one with anchovies because he seems so salty. And then Los will have the pineapple pizza. Does anyone object to this order? To this important meeting about our pizza order? You don't want the one with pineapples, Los? Okay, what kind of pizza would you like then? Because we never had this discussion. I sent the letter asking what kind of pizza everyone wanted here, and you didn't submit your answer. You want the pepperoni? Okay, so you'll have Hermes' pizza, and then we'll give Hermes the pineapple one. So basically, you'll just trade pizzas, because I'm not changing the order. I've already made my mind. Okay. And then, let's see. While we're waiting, I'm just gonna snack on this rice ball. I get hungry. I get very hungry, guys. Meteon will get the Happy Meal. She'll get chicken nuggies, a side of fries, and like an apple juice or something. Oh, hi Fox. What are you doing? Oops, I spelled that wrong. Me trying to type with one hand. Hold on. Oh yeah, she has a very girly laugh. Nothing wrong with that too. It just came out a little more pure than I thought. Anyway. So we placed our order for the pizza. While we wait for that, we'll talk to Meteon. I'm sorry, Anna. I didn't mean... A walk? Perhaps we can go for a walk? Hermes gets sad when he thinks about death. When others are sad, I am too. That's how I am. How he made me. So don't worry, I'm fine now. So, why did you come here? You want to learn about Elpis and Hermes? Oh, teach you. I can teach you. We could take turns. I'd tell you something, then you tell me something. Sounds like fun. It will be. It will be. Where to start? Ah, yes. Let's talk to Memnon. Or Memnon. He should be near the Aetheryte. I'm no good at explaining, but Memnon is... So I'll have him explain instead. So now Meteon is going to be following us. That's a losing battle, Los. You're not going to win. He's just going to come up with something sassy, and then you'll be awestruck by his audacity. Discuss the Aetheryte. Oh, I can't bring it into view. Ah, the Aetheryte. Anyone can use it to teleport anywhere. Well, maybe not anywhere. not to the ground or other isles. For that, you need teleporters. Oh, and permission. And what have we here? Though you look like a person, you have the horns and scales of a beast. I assume you are familiar like Meteon. Is there something you need? This is Enna. Could you teach her about Elpis? Ah, a newly arrived familiar, is she? Very well. I should be glad to introduce our fair facility to her. As you know, it is mankind's duty to make the star a better place. As part of this duty, we can employ creation magics to bring forth new life. However, we cannot simply release our works into the world, for it would lead to chaos. No, any and all life forms must undergo extensive testing to determine their fitness to exist. Testing which is conducted here in Elpis. Every candidate is subjected to rigorous study, in which we identify their properties, surmise what habitats might be suitable, and speculate as to the effects that may have on the environment and other species. Should it be judged a beneficial addition to the star, it will be allowed to take its place in the world. The two of you, too, were created with the hope of making the star a better place, so heed our masters well and be good, do you hear? We will, Menmon, we will. Thanks for the lesson. You had a turn, now I get a turn. Where did you come from? Our options are from a place far away, from a place facing a great threat, or from the Crystarium, I guess. You're not gonna lose, you're motivated. From a place facing a great threat. There's such a place? I had no idea. But this place is important to you. I can feel it. Oh, my power. I haven't told you about it. A creation. Let's find a creation. One not being watched. Then I'll explain my power. Show me this power in which you speak. Oh, this creation is perfect. But I don't remember seeing it before. Perhaps it's new? Anyway, I'll try reading its mind. That's my power. I can't read it. Or maybe there's nothing to read. Wait, please wait. I'll try again. With you this time. Greetings. Can you hear me? This is my power. I can read the emotions of those around me and project my emotions to others in return. I am not actually speaking to you in your mind. Rather, you are converting my emotions into words and intention, a process performed subconsciously by intelligent life forms. This ability is vital to my mission, for it allows me to interact with intelligent beings even should they communicate via unknown languages or other nonverbal means. As a consequence, I am clumsy at speaking. Yet though I struggle to express myself in this fashion, Hermes wants me to speak as much as possible, for everyone has thoughts and feelings they may wish to hide. I harbor an affection for you, one that is difficult to define. Aside from the fact that you share common traits with us, your thoughts are complex, prismatic, They draw me in and leave me wanting to know more. Out of respect for your privacy, I will refrain from using my power when speaking with you. Nevertheless, I want you to know that I wish to be your friend. Did you hear me? Good. Now it's my turn again. So, what are you good at? Fighting, crafting, gathering, playing. It's a secret. I'm really good at gathering. Oh, gathering. I like gathering too. What do you gather? Where do you go? How do you get there? Do you fly too? I think we might be bothering it. Let's keep going. We'll go and see, how do you say that? Uanth next? She's usually in a small building, one on the west row. Well, if it isn't Meteon. I see you've brought a friend today. Yes, Aeonth. An apple. Could you make me an apple? The kind Hermes likes, covered in syrup. I want to share it with Anna. Oh, candied apple. Hermes is certainly partial to them, but you know you can't eat Meteon. You weren't made to do so. But I like it too. It may seem that way, but it's due to your ability to share others' feelings. You've taken Hermes' likes of your own, or for your own. In any case, I can't prepare an apple right now, but I'll bring one for Hermes soon, I promise. Sorry, Anna. I wanted to show you my favorite thing. Then I could ask about yours, but I failed. Oh yeah, definitely. Blue's my favorite color too. So, we share that same sentiment, Kira. I will tell her what I like. Oh, that's what you like? Yes, I can feel it. Your joy and happiness. And it makes me happy too. Thanks for sharing it with me, Anna. Well, we've walked and talked a lot. Maybe Hermes has finished talking too. Shall we go and see? Yeah, blue and orange are my favorite colors, and when I learned in art classes that blue and orange are opposite colors, and they do go well together. There you are. I can see the fresh air has done Meteon good. And I wanted to learn about you and Elpis, so I taught her. About this place, about my power, about your favorite food. I'm not sure if that last one will be of any use. But I do appreciate you keeping Meteon company. While you are away, I finished speaking with our guests. Finished? Hardly. You requested time to consider the invitation, so we have no choice but to occupy ourselves with an inspection of your work. My apologies. It has been decided that Emmett Selk and Hithildeus will accompany me as I tend to my duties. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you would like to come too. I'm compelled to remind you that she is no way associated with the convocation. We simply chanced to meet at Propylion. There is no guarantee that the matters we discuss will remain private. I do not mind. To see the joy her presence brings Meteon, I cannot imagine our mysterious friend harbors malicious intent. Enna is kind. Really, truly. She taught me as much as I taught her. You're coming, of course, to watch Hermes? You're bound to learn lots and lots. Next quest, Lives Apart. If everyone is ready, there are a few creations I need to check on. First, we shall return to the spot where we found our wayward ambystoma. Have care when you step outside a hub. There may be more unruly creatures about. Okay, so it's not too far off. This here is a new species of Petaloda we recently set loose. It has been doing very well, managed to maintain a sustainable existence thus far. If it can see its observation period to end without issue, we shall release it onto the world. Tell me, do you know the difference between living beings and arcane entities? It is the presence of a soul, yet the soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. No, it manifests only in those beings whose forms adhere to the laws of creation that can endure on their own. Beings that do not fulfill this requirement, such as those spontaneously born of magic or natural phenomena, do not have souls. No matter how much it might resemble flora or fauna, if it lacks a soul, then it is considered an arcane entity. So you see, it is not for mankind to decide what is living. That domain lies beyond our manipulation, and it is hubris to assume otherwise. But come, let us head to the nearby beacon. I've received a report that arcane entities have gathered there. Oh yeah. If we zoom in, they're pretty big. So we need to go this way. Yeah, so it's finally not cloudy anymore, so you can actually see like what's in the background and stuff. Floating islands and waterfalls and a lot of lush greenery. But it's still nice to see. Ah yes, lightning Numa, just as the report said. Though we call this structure a beacon due to its form, it's in fact a magical device. By manipulating the balance of elements, it keeps the isle airborne and maintains the climate thereupon. In the course of its operation, it often sees an internal shift towards a given element. Right now, the element is lightning, which draws the Numa here to replenish their ether. It appears Meteon is busy. Would you care to assist me in her stead and feed the Numa? By using this lightning converger, you can harness the ambient lightning and focus it into a ball. A veritable feast for our dazzling friends. Go on, give it a try. Bloop. The butterflies look like they can carry small children. As terrifying as it sounds, probably. Perfectly done, Enna. Look. See how they gather to feed? How they express themselves through their actions despite their lack of words. Speech is not the sole defining characteristics of a thinking, feeling creature. Nor is silence an indication that they do not possess these qualities. Be it a soulless arcane entity, such as the Pneuma, or an ephemeral life form, such as the Petalota, all seek to perpetuate their existence, to survive. Is Meteion an arcane entity? Good question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but it ultimately falls to the bureau of the architect to pass judgment. Those with exceptional vision, such as Hythlodaeus, may be able to ascertain her true nature. But to me, it doesn't matter. She is herself, and that is all I need to know. Oh, you're finished already? I'm sorry. I was in the way. Not to worry, my dear. They missed nothing of note, and we still have plenty of work for them to observe. Next, we will head east to Morning Dew. I need to speak with some observers there. Oh, Kira, you're only, you're an hour ahead of me. Oh, over there, okay. I was like, where do I go now? Oh, you're visiting, are you visiting family or friends right now?
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects. So, how are we coming along?
Oh, I see. You're visiting family and you go back Sunday. Got it.
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis. Entelekis. Like me.
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace. A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms. Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby. Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions. In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy. While it has no will of its own, it is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feeling.
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it. And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Antelekis.
That's me! That's me! An Enteleki!
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
Wait. A form of energy other than ether? Dynamis? I've never heard of such a thing.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt. And though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter, on account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis. 'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Netion?
Our star, Aetheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it. However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%, the more abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities. 'Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river... Not that I have such grand ambitions. Nay. I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse. The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Precisely.
Yours is thin too. Like an Enteleki. Like me. So... are we the same? Entelekis.
Okay, our options are Sure, I don't see why it couldn't be one. Well, I have been known to transcend my limits with nothing but determination, or if I'm thin, it's because Emmett Salk didn't do a proper job. I'm tempted to say that one just to piss him off. I'm gonna say it. If I'm thin, it's because Emmett Salk didn't do a proper job.
Well, aren't we ungrateful? Mayhap I should revert you to the pathetic, faded thing you were.
Worth it.
A deficit of ether alone does not an Entelechy make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis. And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do.
Oops. Sorry. You would do well not to underestimate it. I think that's what he was saying.
Oh dear. I'd forgotten about the poor fella. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
Alright, quest complete. Okay, you said you live with your dad in the East Coast, so your family is a bit over the States. Okay. I'm actually from the East Coast. I live in the West Coast of the United States now, but I'm originally from the East. New England would be more specific. Next quest, their greatest contribution. Not that I or anyone else would be able to make use of it even if we knew, but it irks me to discover that there's an entirely different form of energy and no one told me. That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive. Given that there are none among the 14 who specialize in the crystal, he would be a welcome addition, assuming he can be persuaded to join, that is. I still can't understand his hesitation. Why did you join the convocation? Let me zoom in. Oh, you wish to know why Emmett Salka was chosen for the convocation. I should be glad to share the tale. Ahem. It began when... Not another word. Lest you've forgotten, we're here to learn about Hermes, not me. My misspent youth is not your concern. Oh wow, Kira, so we're opposite. Mikeru, hello, welcome to the stream. How's it going, dude? My apologies for the wait. I've inspected the Empelos to my satisfaction. All is well with the creature, and I dare say it won't be long ere it is released unto the world. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring so well. The Charbdis. This is what we shall tend to next. If you would follow me, my friends, we shall return to the main aisle and head north. Oh, you're in Puppet's bunker. Nice. You're doing your roulette or just doing it for funsies? Alliance. Nice. There's a tall waterfall. I understand there's a problem with one of these, they called Charybdis? Yes, that's right. As you know, the Charybdis is based on the sea creature. Owing to adjustments to enhance its affinity to wind, it is capable of flight. The specimens created from the concept could all fly without issue, but a problem arose in subsequent generations. This third generation creature has born with an etheric balance leaning strongly towards water, its aquatic origin asserting itself, it would seem. The result being its affinity to wind is diminished, and it cannot fly. No matter what we try, we cannot get it to rise even the slightest bit. For such change to manifest in so few generations, I fear there are too unstable, flawed. With your permission, I will avert the creatures and recommend to the Bureau that the concept be revised. With its etheric balance leaning towards water, the Cerberus would indeed struggle to manipulate wind, yet it is too early to conclude that it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may simply have developed a fear. I shall transform and fly with it, helping it to manipulate wind until it finds its wings. What? You needn't go to such lengths. You don't know? But of course not. Transformation is an art in which one manipulates a vast quantity of ether to construct another body around oneself. In practice, this allows one to assume any conceivable form and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. Yet, convenient though it may be, transforming in the presence of others is considered vainglorious in the extreme. As uncouth and unseemingly as running about robeless, shameful. Am I to understand you make a habit of this? Nothing of the sort. It's just that, when transformed, I can wield the wind and fly. It may seem excessive, but what is our shame next to the lives of these creatures? They deserve a chance, and we owe it to them to do in all our power. Be that as it may. Yes, I believe I have a solution. Emmett Selk, may I trouble you to move that Charybdis away from its fellows, somewhere out of sight? Meanwhile, I'd like the rest of us to help me prepare here. What mischief are you scheming now? No mischief, I assure you. I would but spare you the need to report to your colleagues that Hermes committed any indiscretion. So have a little faith and run along. I trust you don't mind. Emmett Selk is out of sight. Good. Let us speak of the plan. It's a stroke of genius, really. We have Emmett Selk train the Charybdis. Aside from being able to fly untransformed, he can readily see ether currents, and with his adept spellcraft, he can also employ suitable wind magics to guide the creature along. While he is indeed capable of what all you described, it is not his duty. I'm loath to trouble him with it. Don't be. As I mentioned, it would also be for his own sake. With that settled, let us begin at once. Enna, I want you to go to Emmett Selk. Tell him that you have a favor to ask. He will be disinclined to cooperate at first, but you mustn't be discouraged. With our friend, the trick is to be unflaggingly persistent. Off you go now, and good luck. So now we have to find Emmett Selk and then say his name. In the Say chat, of all things. Oh boy. Nope, get away from me. Well, are your preparations for the scheme that is clearly not a scheme complete? Oh, I have to say his name. I have to say, I have a favor to ask. I have a favor to ask. Oh, no, you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. Ugh. I don't know what Hythlodaeus is up to, and I will not be made to know. I refuse. If Hythlodaeus is to be believed, relentless insistent may serve to wear down the ever-weary Emetselk. And now we have to say while targeting him, please, Emmet-Selk.
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so.
Charybdis, that's how you pronounce the creature's name.
And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emetselk. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Please, Emetselk. Please.
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I'd thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last. I will aid it once it has taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we? You were wondering why Emetselk joined the convocation. Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even, quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it? Emetselk has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand. Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault. He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend. A singular soul who can't help but involve herself in the business of others. Where she walks, excitement is certain to follow. Her antics irritate Emmett Selk to no end. But much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world. And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine, and together we may return to the star. Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you. I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well done, my pet. Well done!
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
You're going to Hades Extreme alone? That's a death sentence. That extreme fight has like 5 phases and there's no checkpoints. Let's see, slash wave at the point. So emerging from his reverie, Emmett Selk notices you and begins to descend with the Charybdis. I gotta fix something here on stream. Okay. I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, the Charybdis has learned to fly. And Enna and I could relax and have a pleasant chat. I'm sure you did. The creature needs some small assistance at first, but soon it was flying more or less on its own. I doubt you will need to repeat the lesson. That was truly impressive. I witnessed it all from afar. The Charybdis flies. Indeed, with this, we've proven that even a creature with skewered etheric balance is capable of flight. Though we helped it achieve this, the Charybdis is a herd animal. They may well aid their struggling kin in like fashion if and when the need arises. Keeping this in mind, I bid you continue observing them. If that is what you want. But if I may say so, Rather than hoping an idealistic possibility come to pass, would it not be simpler to have the concept adjusted? That way we could guarantee the anomalies such as the specimen are never born in the first place. These creatures are already here. We will spare no effort in giving them a chance to survive. As you wish, Chief. As you wish. Hermes. I'm fine. Don't worry. Well, that concludes all my present tasks. Let us return to Anagnorisis for now. What? You want to apologize for forcing me to help you? To help, do you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with an impediment to our business. Ether to ether. Tell me, Anna, in the course of watching me, have you learned aught of value? Dynamis. Dynamis seemed promising. Dynamis, you say? Curious that such an obscure phenomenon should be of interest to you. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Is something the matter? The Lycaon. I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release one for observation than it set upon the nearby occupants, slaughtering them. Was the creature hungry, or somehow provoked? I had just fed them myself, and the occupants were keeping a wide berth. It is the nature of the Lycaon that is to blame. Their innate viciousness. Temperament aside, it is an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suited for release, I have no doubt that the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Doros will revert them all once the paperwork is in order. Where is the scene of the incident? Just off the path to the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see it on the left. I don't know if Doros is still there, however. Or Doros. Hermes, wait! If this is part of his work, then I would observe. We follow. The lacerations and burns are unmistakable. The Lycaon was indeed responsible. But the creature is nowhere to be seen. Doros must have taken it away. But the man makes his base at the 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. Emetzelk and I will search the area for good measure, just to make sure the Lycaon did not escape. My thanks. Let us meet at the 12 Wonders when you are finished. I will go on ahead. Please follow with Enna. Come, come. It's down this pathway and over the bridge. There it is, the 12 Wonders. Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros too. He's a man with long blonde hair, I think. I'll know him when I see him. Okay, Medion's going to be accompanying us. So we're looking for a dude with long blonde hair. We're going to attune to the Aetheryte first. Not sure if that's him. Let's see. Doros! That's Doros! Well now, if it isn't Meteon, what brings you here? Ah, I thought I heard of familiar voices. I didn't realize you two had decided to help me search for Doros. Thank you. You're in charge of the, Lycaons, I believe. Where are they now? Out in the fields and restraints, frenzied as they were, I couldn't well return them to, Tysus. Once I've submitted my report, I'll see them reverted without delay. It's as he says, the beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14. What brings you here? Nothing you need to concern yourself with. As you were. We've heard the news that the Lycaon slaughtered occupants. As the observer in charge, you are of the opinion that they are not fit to be released? I am. Their abnormal aggression and exponential strength makes for a highly problematic combination. It matters not where they are released. Lycaons would threaten other species and upset the natural order. Could it be that the specimens observed are an outlier? Highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them. All exhibited the same tendencies. Even when we used Kairos to begin with a fresh slate, their behavior was unchanged. Kairos? A memory reconfiguration system. The chief himself created it. It allows us to erase or alter memories, that we may observe creations in different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. Quite impressive. Potentially dangerous, depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions. Pasterat may wish to have words with you. Rest assured, I've kept all values within prescribed limits, and to prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorized by the Chief Overseer. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate a subject's memories is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, but is still preferable to execution. Come now, Chief. Let's not be so melodramatic. What was born of ether is simply being reduced to its original state. I know the distinctions concern you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of the more prosperous star. If a creation cannot be properly studied even with the aid of Kairos, we remake it. If a creation is deemed a detrimental existence, we unmake it. 'Tis all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such routine process. I understand these things, I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat unto the world. Yet insignificant though their individual lives may be next to all creation, it is all the Lycaons have. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options, to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. If you insist, let us provide you with a full report, and we may take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend the discussion, that Emmett Selk may better carry out his duties? By all means. Pray show them to the meeting room. To man, other beings are just things, to be used and controlled, like magic. That's what Hermes told me once. Next quest, a sentimental gift. I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time... Meteon? Are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes. It's you. I won't go to the meeting. I will stay with Enna. Loath am I to impose, may I leave Meteon in your care again. Leave it to me. I'm in your debt, if you'll excuse me. Can you help me with something, Enna? The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most, of all the creations in Elpis. Most creations are expected to be interesting, or beautiful, or strong, better in some way. But flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel and want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one, and I want you to help me search, and I want you to search with me. Let's start here, at the 12 Wonders. Alright, let's start looking for flowers then. Let's see. Vibrant purple flowers bigger than your hands adorned the tree. Ooh, so big and bright. I love them, but they might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes said. A tall, slender tree rises before you. You crane your neck to look for flowers. No flowers. If there were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander far. Meteon has yet to arrive. Be sure that she's... Oh. There she is, okay. An array of beautiful flowers grow in the bed, their mix of colors forming a pattern. These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine, though. Let's keep looking. Set on a tall, thin stalk, the oddly shaped flower is mesmerizing in its undulations. Oh, a conion, a flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good, Enna, at spotting flowers. We'll find something soon. What the? Oh boy. You spy nothing promising nearby. At best, common-looking grasses with a few tiny flowers. Nothing around here. Ah! Over there, Anna. Something big. Huge. A terrible stench, reminiscent of a sodden old boots, pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is a marble-like creature before you. It's an Adonis. The things around its mouth look like petals, but the flowers are the orbs on its head. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think, Anna? Would he like it? It's probably not the good sort of memory. So not this one either. Finding a good flower. It's harder than I thought. I'm sorry, Anna, but could we search a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there. I'll pick something after that, I promise. Lush green fields stretch out before you, ending where the sky begins. Aw, there's nothing. That shiny thing over there. What could it be? Ooh, Elpis flowers. They're here too. Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're entelekes. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always white and bright. Truly, the flower was dark in your home? Then, do you have it too? A dark emotion? Let's see, I've known the pain of sorrow and loss. I felt great fury and frustration. I've been plagued by doubt and anxiety. I dare say I have a few. I've known the pain and sorrow of loss. I see. Hermes has known the same. The feeling that a part of you is gone, again and again, but no one notices. Please, Enna, won't you lend it to me? Your pain and sorrow. I want to make the flower dark in front of Hermes. Or I want you to make the flower dark. He has been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone, that others are sad too. Truly, you'll do it. Thank you, Enna. Thank you. It means more to me than I can say. I can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. It seems they're still talking. Let's wait until they're finished.
Hermes!
Oh, you were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Elpis flowers?
Go on. You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Meteon has shared much with you. May we talk a moment? I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt.
Yeah, it was a little hedgehog.
Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will. And when...
Oops, sorry.
Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought.
Aw, look at the hedgehog family. They're so cute.
Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain. They sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear. And it is not beautiful.
Looks like a Siamese cat.
Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Not amiss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Alpes, or if you only did it at Meteon's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
Let's see, glad I could be of service. Let's have no more brooding, eh? Or, oh, I could tell you all about suffering. Let's have no more brooding, eh?
Indeed. Difficult though it may be, I must endeavor to be strong like you. The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are? Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of Dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteon and her sisters. Aye, sisters. She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next, in search of life, as one might expect. Exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness. It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow. Come, Meteon. Let's head back.
All right.
Okay. Next quest. An all too brief interlude, perhaps, but it is time I attend to my task. As Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus are aware, we reached a verdict regarding the fate of the Lycaons. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. Doros has followed the correct protocols, and as chief overseer, I could find no fault in his judgment. The Lycaons would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elbis. I intend to petition the Bureau of the Architect to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. Hythlodaeus has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Yet whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Lycans have served their purpose. Doros has already isolated the creature and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. If you are resolved, then we have but to accompany you. Of course, let us be off. We return to the main aisle. Let's see. Oh, down there. What do you mean you're broke now? What happened, Los? Oh, I see an ether current. I see a giant shark over there. Is that a hunt? The weight sticks out like a sore thumb. Yeah, it's probably a hunt. Let's not go near it. Wait, you lost your Gillen? Oh, I see. You bought things on the market board, didn't you? Hopefully for a good price, because sometimes the prices are very expensive. Doros, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I had them bound with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. I was able to stop 4. The other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 wonders. The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Enna handle that one. The pair in the sky you can leave to me. If this is how it must end, then so be it. I will render assistance to Emmett Selk, unneeded though it is. Meteon, you are to stay here with Doros. But Hermes, the Lycaons must be reverted. I would spare you the pain, and mine. This is my burden, not yours, but if you are intent on helping, then please, follow my lead. Wait, why'd you buy so much of that gear? You could have gotten them through the Pandemonium raid. Granted, it takes a while to get the gear, but once you do, your item levels should go up. I accept your help, and lament that it is necessary. There it is, our quarry, within striking distance at present, but it feels threatened. It may well flee beyond our reach. Here is my plan. You will approach slowly, in full view, and draw the Lycaon's attention. Now, I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. But if you're not, by my measure, you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments, and that will give me time to catch it unawares. Ready? Then let us begin. Let's get our chocobo out here. Oh boy.
Now. Oh. Forgive me. Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten, in concept endure, to reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire. Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high, fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Van Daniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
Oh, Kira, I didn't know that you played 14. Yeah, I do admit it's a bit of a commitment, but the game has a hook. I've noticed through the many years of playing the game. I like it. I love this game. Wait, what'd I say? Anyway, the other Lycons have been taken care of. The incident is resolved, and life in Elpis continues as normal, or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? Oh, I see. A few friends of yours dragged you into playing it a few months ago. Did you have a good time, or... I hope you did. If you had any questions about the game, I can happily answer them. Next quest. Travelers at the Crossroads. Where to now? If there is anywhere you would like to visit before we leave, I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist. Then allow me to remain your humble guide. What of you, Enna? Will you continue along with us? Wonderful. Our fellowship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis and see what new encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, we will first head back towards, Anagnorisis. Oh, you're a tank gladiator. That's, here's a fun fact about my character, Enna. She's actually my alt character. I'm just showing you guys the story, but, my main character is a male Hure, Midlander, and, he is a paladin main. Maybe I'll show you guys him sometime. After I complete the story on Enna, anyway. But yes, me as a whole, I'm a tanking healer main. I do DPS though. So, I guess in that sense, I'm well-rounded. I don't know how every class works to a T, but I know the basic gists of all of them. From here, we follow the path northwards to Notonius. There we will find one of the news which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with a requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need to use the device together once, and henceforth you will have leave to use it freely. Shall we? And as a healer, but has the Glock. Yeah, she does. Oh, you have a Rogadin character. Nice. We actually don't see too many of those. Here we are, Notonius. These news will take us to Kalimelios Zephyros, the western island. That's it right there, looming large over us. Step this way, and we can soon admire the view from above.
I present to you Kalimelios Zephyros. Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos. Right then. Let's begin by... Well, well. An Arrayus. How delightful.
And what, pray tell, is that?
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact, and then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight. Another, superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
That was too close. Are you unharmed? Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Banar, that we should meet you here.
As I mentioned earlier, The better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Vanar is her name, and she is the previous Azen.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is she, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are? I say, have you perchance come from the future? I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
Let's see, that sounds rather like the Blessing of Light, or does it protect you from the enthrallment of primals by chance? Does it protect you from the enthrallment by primals by chance?
Primals, you say? I'm not familiar with such beings, but if they enthrall by warping the balance of ether, then yes, the magic would afford you a measure of protection. I gather from your question that you are not ignorant to its presence.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting! I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself. As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos. We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to, and quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
Lore upon lore. My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I'd rather not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept engraved crystal, and the quick-fingered Aureus which made off with it. An Aureus, you say? I think we might have seen the culprit before being distracted by the business with the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead us only to the Aureus. There is no guarantee that it has dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please, even that much would be an enormous help. While you are hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest floor just in case. Could I ask you to join the search? I would appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading to Poiton Oikos. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts. Let's see, we're trying to find a crystal or something. Oh, I see something shiny down there. Our last researcher returns. I'm afraid the Aureus no longer had the crystal, nor was I able to find it as I followed in its wake. I don't suppose you fared any better. Here you go. Found it. The crystal! Well done. Wonderful. Now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? I've often been asked to do so. Oh, you too! Some of us seem destined to always be searching, for ourselves and for others. Long ago, when I held the seat of Azam, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yet I am still eager to come running such an old acquaintance or new interest inquire my personal attention. That is what brings me to Elpis, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested, my opinion sought concerning the habitat of this and that creation. Agreeing to help locate the missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is the way one thing leads to another. Wouldn't you agree? Next quest, a past not yet come to pass. Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, 'tis time I returned this stolen property. If you would go on ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to that task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. Are you going the Titania extreme? That one's not as terrible as Hades, like not even close, but it's still kind of tough. But regardless, I wish you luck. Let us attune to the Aetheryte before we do anything else. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please make yourself at home while I put on some tea.
A wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
Let's see. A calamity called the Final Days has befallen the world. The world has been sundered, broken into shards. Mankind is being forced to flee the star. A calamity called the Final Days has befallen the world.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
That's the Mother Crystal. Ascians. Emmett Selk. The destruction of Zodiark. The vision of the calamity.
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the fast final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Heidelin? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future, whence she came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True, true. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which she must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any, but we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable? Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Emmett Selk, wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
Let's see. Dynamis is the key to all of this. Hermes and Meteon are somehow involved. I'm still trying to make sense of it all. Dynamis is the key to all of this.
Ah, yes. The energy distinct from ether. Though not my field, I have a basic understanding of Dynamis. And you say Hermes researched the phenomenon in the course of creating Meteon? Yes. I believe this warrants further investigation. With that settled, it is time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. Now suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest. Have faith. If Emmet Selk is the man Azam described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Shall we begin our investigations then? I'm acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus, I suggest we fall back on the tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Meteon, and I have a good idea where we might begin. See you the woman standing in front of the yonder building. Her name is Eastman. She is the one who made the arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insight. Go and ask your questions. I will help with drawing out answers if need be, but I will leave the choice of topics up to you. Questions? For me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. Following sequence cannot be skipped. Alright. Greetings, Eastman. Eastmane, maybe. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge her. Certainly, Mistress Vana. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know? What kind of person is Hermes? Well, I can only answer from my own experience, but I would describe him as a quiet man, reserved, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. The man is a walking archive when it comes to life forms. He can discuss any species in incredible detail, and is the leading authority in concepts with the power of flight. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? How long has Meteon been here? I cannot rightly say. As the chief's personal creation, Meteon has not been subjected to observation and study like other concepts. As one day she was simply there, and what do you make of her abilities? I understand that she is I understand she is a highly unusual familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies. I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I have not had occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. Do you know what to wish him better? Or do you know to know him better? Wow. I'm getting tired, I can't read. The chief may not be the most gregarious individual, but he engages with us as is necessary for everyone to perform their duties. I wouldn't want to intrude upon his privacy for the sake of curiosity, though if you wish to learn more about Meteon, you could try speaking with Timimos, another expert in the creation of flying concepts. He should be conducting his observations in the banks of the stream, somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Think nothing of it. If there is aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, Enna. I think we've taken enough of Isamene's time. Our investigation is off to a fine start. Wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the resident observers. If you could track down the colleague Isamene mentioned. While I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during the previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. While I ask that you watch your footing around the stream, we can meet back here once you finish speaking with this Timaios. Yes, I am Timaios. And please keep your voice down. You'll startle the birds. So, what is it you wish to speak about? Let's see, is it true you're an expert on flying creations, or what do you think of the Chief Hermes flying creations? What do you think of Chief Hermes flying creations? Chief Hermes' work? A worthy subject indeed. Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know none save he can conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. Meteon, too, is a marvel, then? My opinion on the matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Meteon as a concept, I've never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Meteon's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny? Analyzing a colleague's creation before the step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan, looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Do you know of Dynamis and Entelekes? Dynamis and Entelekes? Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or another? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been any resurgence in interest? Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now, I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to? Now let's find our way back. Back already. That was quick work. You were obviously clever enough to head off in that rambling Ismene mentioned. So, have you any new findings to share? I see, even an expert in the field had little understanding of Meteon's capabilities, let alone an unawareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much of the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Meteon as his personal project, and could provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. Alright, my friends, I'm getting very tired, and I'm going to end stream here. Yes, thank you so much for everyone who joined me tonight, playing more Final Fantasy XIV Online Endwalker. Story is really interesting, and I like how it's coming about, even though I experienced it once before. It's good to replay the story again, in my opinion, and catch the little, catch everything that you missed the first time you witnessed the story. Sorry, words. I can't word tonight. So we are going to have Enna wave goodbye. Until next time. And we are going to bring up my Ender card. Bloop. Yeah, I agree. Words are hard. Once again, thank you guys so much for watching and keeping me company. And watch me play more Final Fantasy XIV. Before I sign up for the evening, I have a couple of shoutouts. Just two. Los Pipos for the host, and then Lapis for the 100 bits. Thank you so much, guys, and all your words. Take two. All of your support is greatly appreciated by me. I never take it for granted, as usual. I just wanted to keep reiterating that fact. And I do appreciate everything you guys do for me. And for my streams. I would like to stream more 14 soon. Just because the story is getting really interesting and I like to keep playing. It's kind of late where I am. I will see if there's anyone to raid, but I doubt it at this hour. Let's see. Take a moment to look. Okay, unfortunately, no one is streaming at this hour, so there's, none of my friends are available to raid. So this is where I'm going to end stream here. I hope you guys have a great evening, and we will see you next time on Eventide Shine Streams. Take care, my friends. Bye. Kira, thank you so much for the kind words. I hope you have a good rest too, and we'll see you next time, hopefully. Until then.